Dzień dobry.
Teraz nadzory są bardzo ważne.
O, już działa.
Halo, halo. No dobrze. Dzień dobry. Witam wszystkich. Welcome everybody to the open day of our first doctoral school of the Medical University of Gdańsk. Welcome all of you who are here. First of all, Vice Rector for Science, Professor Michał Żmijewski, Vice Rector for Students Affairs, Professor Aleksandra Gaworska-Krzemińska. The dean, still the dean, no, but head of the fraternal doctoral school of biotechnology, Professor Igor Konieczny. I see Professor Pikuła, who will take place in behind the pulpit in a moment. And of course, first of all, welcome to the students. Can I have the students to raise hands? The students, oh, okay. So that's great. That's actually very, very good. If I forgot to mention and to welcome everybody, feel welcomed. Okay, at this moment I will give the floor to Professor Żmijewski to welcome you.
Thank you very much. That's a great day for everybody. Finally, some studies are ended. I understand that if you are a student, you are finishing soon. Yes? So it's a great opportunity to start a new career in science, and we really appreciate your interest here. My name is, Professor Witkowski said, Michał Żmijewski. I'm Vice Rector for Science, so you are kind of in connection with me, but I would like to say that the PhD study is one of the best moments in scientific career, because you are actually not a student anymore. It's still study, but you are more independent. You have a project, you have to think about it, you have to follow your dreams. Whatever you want to do, you can try to persuade it. And the best thing about it is that you don't know that you can do something. Yes, so it's like if you are more advanced in the scientific field, you know that, okay, this can be done, but you don't know about it. So don't ever even think about it, that something cannot be done. Just follow your dream, follow your instinct, follow your guidance also. But of course, you are going to have a strong support of your tutors, mentors, and other university staff and authorities. You will find new colleagues. So that's a great opportunity not only to do the science in one of the best university in Poland, but also to meet friends, to be involved in not only basic science, but also clinically relevant science. So whatever you want to do, or whatever you dream to do, can be done. So please join us as a PhD students. I will give the floor now to back to Professor Witkowski, but I would like to ensure you that you are in good hands and you are mostly welcome here in Gdańsk.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. Okay, now a few words from me on the school itself. I'm just waiting for it to show. Yeah, apparently this. This is still in Polish, but the rest is in English, so it will be okay. So, first doctoral school of the Medical University of Gdańsk. As you already know, I am its director. The vice director for discipline of medical sciences is Professor Pikuła, who is with us. I do not see yet other vice directors, but I hope they will come and show up. Okay, let's. Okay, we are already 7 years old, so we're coming to the school age. And our school, as all of the PhD schools throughout Poland, was established in 2019 of course, by the rector. Then the rector was Professor Marcin Gruchała. And the disposition numbered, I will not write it, you don't have to remember it for the moment. And yes, it was established as a single body unifying the means of educating the PhD students. If you are going to be considered the PhD student, in Polish is doktorant, you must go through the PhD school. You may do your PhD outside of the school, but then you are not considered a doctorant, doctoral fellow, and of course you don't get the privileges of being such. Okay, it was of course required by the law, Act on Higher Education and Science of 20 July 2018. Okay, of course it's not the only regulation that governs our school. We have the disposition that I just mentioned, but we have first and most important regulations of the functioning of the school, which are updated as necessary, because sometimes there are necessities to update it. We have program of the classes, which I will show you near the end of my speech. Then we have the terms and procedures of recruitment, so if any of you is really contemplating to come and become a candidate, you find all of this information on the web page, and if you don't find anything, you are free to come to the office and ask. And then, of course, something that is very important not only for our school, but for all PhD schools throughout Poland, is the requirement that after passing the first 2 years of learning at the school and proceeding at the school, every PhD student is obliged to undergo the midterm assessment with the committee, not only coming from our school, but also from other schools throughout Poland. And this is important to the extent that failing this midterm assessment means goodbye to the school, yeah, stopping to be the PhD student anymore. Okay, now what are the main goals of our school? We want to produce, if we can say produce, better internationally competitive PhDs, doctors. Some means of it is increasing interdisciplinarity. More and more PhD projects involve not just one discipline, but more, sometimes even from outside of our university. Then, increasing internationalization. We accept not only candidates from Poland, but also from other countries. I will show you some details in a moment. I hope that those who may be, and I hope for it, may be listening to and watching me and us via the web page of our school, perhaps among those people are people from abroad, which will also possibly candidate. Okay, now to this end, to the end of increasing internationalization, starting from 2022 to 2023 academic year, we start teaching and proceeding everything with in English language only. All the paperwork, but also the classes, everything is in English, while the thesis in itself may be done according to the choice of the PhD student and the promoter in Polish or in English. And of course, the education of the PhD students conforms to Polish European qualification framework, learning outcomes at the level 8. Now, the structure of the school. Even if the PhD students are at the bottom, they are the most important, and all of us here somehow, some way are serving their needs, their interests. On top, there is the directorate, as we call it, myself as the, let's say, general director or CEO. Then we have the deputy directors for pharmaceutical, medical, and health sciences. And of course, we have the office. Without the office, we would not survive a day. So please welcome Ms. Marzena Chybicka, let's say a head of the office, even if not a formal head. Then, of course, we have the board. It is also according to the law, and the board consists of deans or vice deans of all the constituting faculties, chairpersons of the disciplines, who are not the deans, or their elected deputies, and the chairperson plus 2 representatives of the Doctoral Students' Council. And I see the president of the Doctoral Students' Council here, Ms. Agata Knabe. Welcome. Hello. Just coming is Professor Iwona Inkielewicz-Stępniak, the Vice Director for Pharmaceutical Sciences. Okay. Welcome. All right. Now, some numbers. We have completed 7 recruitment processes. This year will be the 8th. And now we are educating a total of 164 PhD students, of which the majority is in medical sciences, closing on 100, and 30-something in both health sciences and pharmaceutical sciences. We boast to have 16 foreign PhD students coming from different countries, as close as Ukraine or Belarus, but also as far away like Belgium, China, India, Iran, Nigeria, Pakistan, Syria, and Turkey. Then, although it is obligatory that all PhD students obtain the stipend, and the stipend for most is being provided by the university, we have 27 currently PhD students with external funds covering their stipends, coming from our Excellence Initiative research university, in the short IDUB, from the National Science Center grants, and we also have so-called, excuse me, so-called implementation doctorates, where it is done in collaboration with the industry, mainly with pharmaceutical industry. And so far, and of course we can only start counting from 2023-24 academic year, after 4 years from the beginning of the school, 58 PhD students completed their PhD and presented their thesis and defended the thesis, of which, again, most were in the medical sciences, and 16 in health and 14 in pharmaceutical sciences. Oh, that's great. Okay, the program. There is a compulsory program, compulsory courses. Altogether, it is 165 hours that every PhD student must go through and pass over these 4 years. You can see that year 4 is the number of hours is minimalized because that's the time where the PhD students should be actually doing their PhDs, writing their thesis. I will show you some details in a moment. Now, elective courses, which are also offered, and every PhD student must do at least 45 hours of the electives, and every PhD student is supposed to do practical training, which is teaching just students at lower level, and it is the maximum amount of hours, which is 240, but it is being slightly reduced. Now, in brief about the program of each academic year, each year of the course, in each year you will find a doctoral seminar which ends every year, and it may be in individual disciplines, so the PhD students from pharmacy, health science, and medical science do not mix, and it may be mixed, as I will show you in the second year. So, these are the topics that are covered: law and ethics, intellectual property protection, methodology on conducting research and scientific discourse, which is very important, methodology of presentation and dissemination of research results, which is even more important because you need to learn how to present, not only how to write your thesis, but how to present at the conferences. And how well you learn this is actually, to the extent, maybe not assessed, maybe not graded, but is observed by us, the supervisors, during the seminars. Of course, always the teaching. At the end, not at the end, actually within the first 3 months of the commencement of the studies, the supervisor, future promoter, is chosen and appointed. And at the end of the first year, every PhD student is supposed to submit so-called individual research plan. Thank you very much, rectors. And then the individual research plan is supposed to be realized. And this is here. So supervisors, or sometimes it might be 2 supervisors, if the project, as I mentioned, is interdisciplinary. And this supervisor or those supervisors are appointed within 3 months after the commencement. They have to be independent scientists boasting the PhD and habilitation degrees, or be titular professors. The so-called accessory supervisor, who is usually a PhD, can also be appointed and may be appointed, and this must be done not later, if at all, not later than 3 months after the midterm assessment, because sometimes at the midterm assessment the committee suggests that such a supervisor should be added to the team of supervisors. Second year, as I mentioned, interdisciplinary doctoral seminar. Very important things. We hope always to for the PhD students to mix, to interact, to understand what others are doing. Then philosophy of science, statistical methods, and again teaching. The second year we have doctoral students midterm assessment, very, very serious event. Then year 3, again, doctoral seminar, individual disciplines of science, commercialization of research results, which is nowadays very, very important, and propedeutics. And as you can see here, we have 3 different for each of the disciplines that we have at our school, but each PhD student is obliged to go through just 2 of them, because if you finished medicine, you don't have to go through propedeutics of medical sciences, etc. We just want the PhD students to know what the other disciplines are about. And also sometimes somebody who finished health sciences in general wants and does their PhD in medical sciences. So, and then it is called PhD in medical sciences, not in health sciences. And then this person should know something about medicine. And of course, accordingly, about other disciplines. Okay, as you can see, year 4 is just the interdisciplinary doctoral seminar, the summary of what was done over these 4 years, just preparing the almost PhD for the defense, yes? And of course, at the end of this year, the PhD student should submit the dissertation. Of course, it is possible to submit the dissertation earlier if the PhD student completes the dissertations itself and obtains all the effects of education according to this PRK 8, which we confirm. Then it may be done earlier, but then this PhD student stops being the doctoral student, is somewhat hanging in thin air, and waits for the appropriate discipline council to find them the committee, etc., and process the PhD. Okay. The offer who was a year before is not so attractive to be kept and is replaced by something else. Okay. That's it from me. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm here. And now, according to the program, we welcome Professor Pikoła, Deputy Director for Medical Science.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Thank you that you are here with us. As Jacek said, I'm Deputy Director of our doctoral school. So it's really, really nice that you can be here with us, and thank you all of you here and also online. So I would like to tell you a few words about our research, about our projects. Mainly, this is the example of our, let's say, university. This is my team mainly. So I will tell you a little bit about tissue engineering and regenerative medicine. I'm a group leader in the laboratory of tissue engineering. This is the part of Department of Anatomy, Division of Embryology. So just a few words about our university. So we are very proud that Medical University of Gdańsk, as the only medical university in the country has been selected to the elite group of 10 top best Polish university. So this is the Excellence Initiative Research University. So in our university we have like kind of 3 main priority research areas. This is oncology, cardiology, and biochemistry. And so we focus on that 3 main priorities in our university. So a few words about tissue engineering. This is quite new branch of science, which is really interesting and exciting because it's the science which is based on biotechnology, molecular biology, nanotechnology, and it focuses also on personal medicine. So the idea of our research is to translate our results to clinic, especially in the regeneration and personal medicine. So what is tissue engineering? It is the science which is based on triads. The 3 main pillars of that is cells, signals, and biomaterials, which are scaffolds. So when you have these 3 kind of pillars, you can build a tissue, you can build like organs, you can build a substitute for organ transplantation. So you may know that if you transplant cells, sometimes it is not enough. So you need to stimulate the cells by some factors. So we working on cells, mainly stem cells, from fat tissue, from skin. We're working on the peptides and growth factors that will stimulate these cells to proliferation, differentiation. And also, we're working on biomaterials, which form the substitute for transplantation. Okay, so in our university we have appropriate equipment to do research, which are the, let's say, 3D printing, flow cytometry, lots of equipment to molecular biology. As I said, we work on different kind of cells, especially stem cells, but also transformed cell line, endothelial cells, peptides, growth factors. So normally you can have different kind of cells that can be autologous, allogenic. This is what we are focusing is to produce the scaffolds based on autologous transplantation. So this is our idea. And what is important, growth factors and peptides. So we cooperate with the chemists which produce the peptides based on the growth factors. So you see that there are different strategies for the regeneration of tissue and organs. You can have very simple biomaterials like a surface modification, 3D scaffolds. Then you can add something to that. You can add, for example, peptides or growth factors to stimulate regeneration. So in our lab, we mainly focus on PDGF, VEGF, and BMP, which normally they occur during the embryogenesis, but also in the wound healing, for example, differentiation. So we would like to create the peptides, small peptides, which are based on the sequence of these growth factors. And then we have advanced therapy medical products based on stem cells, for example, bone marrow stem cells or fat tissue stem cells. So the idea is that you take the fragment of the tissue from your patient, you isolate cells, you proliferate, you multiply them, you can differentiate them, and then you can join, connect with the biomaterial, and then transplant to the patient. It can be, for example, cartilage. So this is what we do in our lab, is we differentiate cells to cartilage, to chondrocytes, and then the idea is to, in the future, to transplant these cells to regenerate cartilage. So you may know that depending on different tissue, the proportion of stem cells is different. In bone marrow, in skin, we have a lot of stem cells, which they are responsible for regeneration. But in some tissue like lung, brain, heart, retina, kidney, there are very, very small proportion of stem cells. So we know that the regenerative properties of these organs is very, very low. So this is the challenge for the regeneration. So after surgery, we have lots of, sometimes we have lots of material, like a waste. Can be skin, can be fat tissue. And then from this fat tissue, for example, after liposuction or surgery, you can obtain stem cells. So we can obtain stem cells, or we can obtain the endothelial cells to form the capillaries, to form the vessels. So this is the fragment of the part of isolation of stem cells. You see this here, the stromal vascular fraction. These cells proliferate very nice in vitro, and also what is important, they can differentiate to adipocytes, to osteocytes, to cartilage. So in our can be the beginning of personal medicine. So this is the holotomography microscopy. So you see very nice that these cells divide and proliferate in vitro. What is important in these cells is that we don't observe actually age-dependent effect. Normally, when you isolate cells from the patient, you do see the age-dependent effect, especially from the skin. But in the fat tissue, they proliferate even from the elderly patient. So we had, for example, a patient, she was about 80 years old, and the fat tissue and the stem cells from this fat tissue, they looks very nice. So this is something which is promising. Okay, so we know that these cells, they produce lots of growth factors, exosomes, and all these things. I don't have enough time to tell about it, but they're really, really active cells. So we can think about, for example, autoimmune diseases. We can think about the cartilage or osteo defects. So the idea is that we can isolate them, we can make some analyzing, so we can make some confirmation that they are really stem cells, and then we can check the activity in vitro. We have some papers about that. This is one of that. This is single RNA sequencing. In this paper, we had a comparison of the fat tissue and stem cells from different sides of our organism. And we found that there were some really differences depending on the region of our organism, and we found some very interesting population of stem cells in vitro. So they don't have enough time to tell that, but single cell RNA sequencing, this is a very nice tool to characterize these cells. What we do also, we working on the wound healing and skin. We have some protocols. We try to form explants, organoids, monolayers, 3D layers of cells to check the peptide, to check the growth factors or potential drugs in vitro. What I said before, age-dependent effect. So here you see the comparison of the cells from 20 years old patient and 52, and you can see even in this very simple figure, you can see the differences. So the problem is that these cells divide very slowly, and when we think about the therapy, about transplantation, about non-healing wounds, we need to have new strategies to stimulate these cells in vitro to form the substitutes of skin. This is one of the examples of these substitutes. Mainly they are based on keratinocytes and fibroblasts from the dermis. Okay, we also cooperate with the oncologists. So you know that oncology, this is also a very interesting field for us, for regeneration, because after surgery, after oncological treatment, this patient demand some regeneration therapies. We know even after radiotherapy, there is non-healing wounds, there are some changes in the skin, so we're working on that. So we're looking for for example, nanoparticles. We cooperate with lots of teams, for example, Sapienza University from Rome, to do that. We are focusing on peptides. Peptides are very promising, I think, group of compounds. which we can modify very easily. And you see that the global peptide therapeutic market is really increasing. So it's really nice market, and I think that will be something very interesting. You know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people thought that peptides are too expensive. Peptides are too complicated. But now when you look at the success, for example, of the Ozempic, you see that this is something that we can do, and company are focusing on peptides, and they do believe that this could be a good strategy. So we cooperate with the chemists, for example, from University of Gdańsk. We check the in vitro studies of these peptides. Especially antimicrobial, but also regeneration peptides. We also check how they work. So it's not only about the function of the cells, but also we try to find what's happening inside of the cells. So for example, which RNA is upregulated, downregulated, which of the processes are increasing or decreasing. So I know that there are some also students, so I'm not going to tell the details, but generally, we are interested in the mechanism, how it works inside the cell. Epigenetic regeneration, also we work on that. This is something completely new. I think it is very interesting and exciting field of science. Maybe you heard about epigenetic, so about the modification of DNA, and we know that there are lots of now diseases which affect epigenome. So now the thing is how we can regulate that, how we can change this epigenome to stimulate, for example, regeneration. So this is one of our studies that was about 9 years ago, but it was really interesting studies. We found that epigenetic zebularin, which is the analog of cytidine, stimulated regeneration in mouse model. There was also in vitro studies. Also, what we are doing is 3D printing. We do believe that 3D printing can be also very promising. I'm sure you heard about 3D printing, but the challenge is actually how we can do 3D printing with cells, because cells are very sensitive. And normally when you have a 3D printing with the polymers, scaffolds is quite easy, but when you put inside the cells, which are very sensitive for that process, this is the challenge. So we're working on that, especially focusing on fat tissue and focusing on stem cells. So this application of the 3D printing, there's lots of application. Maybe in the future we will be able to 3D print organs. This is the challenge. For sure that will be complicated, but maybe in the future it could be possible. Now people working especially on the skin, vessels, cartilage. Okay, so advantages, challenges. One of the most important thing is about the cells. I mean, how we can produce 3D printed scaffolds with cells, and also how we can form and create the vasculature. Because when you have a scaffold and you would like to transplant, let's say, cartilage or a fragment of bones of other scaffolds, when you transplant to the patient, normally the cells need to have oxygen, substance. So how to put the vasculature, how to put the vessels. So this is also the challenge, and we would like to work on that. So this is for sure important. So we cooperate with chemists from our technology university. So they optimize some chemical processes, how to form the scaffolds, which will be appropriate for our cells. So properties of biomaterials. So biomaterials need to have a lot of properties: physical, chemical, biological, and lifetime. We are the most interested actually on this one. So how to form the scaffolds which will be, let's say, smart, intelligent. How to put the peptides or growth factors which will be released from the biomaterials, which will stimulate cells to differentiation. So this is something that we are very interested. We're working on different kind of gels. And in the future, we would like to have gels with the stem cells or cartilage, and we can, for example, transplant to the patient to stimulate regeneration of cartilage, of joints. You probably know that cartilage regenerates very slowly. The joint, the cartilage. Why? One of the reasons is that there is no vasculature. So lots of millions of people have the problem with the cartilage defects. So this is for sure problems. This is one of our paper, the very fresh actually paper about the idea, the concept of transplantation of stem cells with the hitosan cartilage. So this is one of the examples. Okay, challenges, safety, surface modification, design, avoid immune response, sourcing GMP. This is something now this is a challenge for our university actually, because company normally they have GMP as profile. For university, this is the challenge. Sterility, delivery, storage. So you see that there is really lots of challenges, but also for you as a PhD candidate, this is something for your research actually. So you can do some research about that. One sentence about student scientific circles. So in our university, we have lots of this kind of circles. We try to involve students, especially medical students, to research. So they are, let's say, the first steps for the research program. So we try to show them some research, some project. Sometimes they also work in the lab. So we try to form consortia. This is one of the consortia, Regionowa. Other StratecMed, this was another consortium focusing on new biomaterials. So we do believe that if you form the consortia, big projects, there is really nice results. Interdisciplinary projects are something which is important for us. So this is the one consortium. This is another consortium, Green Nanobond, quite fresh, Horizon Europe program, which I'm the leader in our university. So this is also the opportunity to work with the, let's say, European environmental. This is something interesting. So of course we cooperate mainly here in Gdańsk. Maybe you heard that we have something like we call Fahrenheit universities. This is a union of Fahrenheit universities. So we are very closely cooperate in Gdańsk with these three universities in Gdańsk. Our cooperation across the Europe, some of them they are consortia, some of them they are independent cooperation. So Gdańsk, I think, is very attractive university and place to cooperate. This is my team. You see that we work on different fields of experimental medicine and tissue engineering, focusing on epigenetic, focusing on immune response, 3D printing, and stem cells technology. So summary. Stem cells, I think, are very promising tool in regeneration. Also peptides, growth factors. This is something which, in my opinion, will be very attractive. And we can even see when you look at the European call, there is lots of our stem cell 3D printing. It's quite also easy to publish this kind of results. So this is the very interesting field of science. So at the end, what can I say? Gdańsk is a really beautiful city, and I would like to invite you to our university, to our city. If you have any questions, you can email to us, or you can ask now. And that's everything from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. This was brilliant. And I believe that our student guests, prospective, possibly PhD candidates, now know and understand that you can and will participate in world-class science, which is very, very important. Not just to do some whatever PhD, but participate in science itself. Okay, according to the schedule, we are a little bit ahead of time. Yes. Any questions to Professor Pikuła, to me? I have one comment for the Professor Pikuła lecture. As our population is graying, it is called gray or silver tsunami more and more, meaning that we are aging. I heard one very important information from you that you can obtain functional mesenchymal stem cells even from old people. So it's not only regeneration of some tissue in the younger ones, but also possibly some anti-aging approaches. I don't know if you also have this in mind with your studies, but it can be done. Okay. Any questions? Students, don't be shy. Yeah. In the meantime, I would like to heartily welcome Professor Jędrzej Antosiewicz, who just joined us, and who is the Vice Director for Health Sciences. Okay, I don't see any questions, no hands raised. Okay, so we have a break now, a bit longer. So what's that? Networking, yes. So let's hope at least for some networking during the break. The catering is there, and we reconvene at 11:50. Okay, so it's an hour. Okay.
Ja muszę zmienić na nową grafikę, ale nie założyłem po polskim językiem, ale teraz już się poprawiłem. Przepraszam.
Nie, no nie. Ja też nie zauważyłem, że w swojej prezentacji miałem po polsku.
Nie, pan miał po angielsku tylko starą grafikę z poprzedniego roku.
Narodowana.
Nie, ale to jest tak się nie zgadzało. I ja podmieniłem te, ale nie zauważyłem, że jest polska.
Nie, nic się nie stało. Nic się nie stało.
No ale to, wie pan, jak coś robię źle, to przepraszam, tak nie jest.
Doceniam. Dobra. Będziemy pojeść. Okay, welcome again, everybody. And we start our further second session from the presentation by Ms. Paulina Okuńska. The floor is yours. Master of Pharmacy, so far.
Yeah, so far. Welcome, everybody. It's probably working. So today I want to, I want to tell you to PhD or not to PhD, that's the question. And I want to explain why I choose the first answer in that question. So I am Paulina Okuńska, I'm Master of Pharmacy. I graduated the Medical University of Gdańsk. Now I am on the 5th year of the PhD study in the first doctoral school in the division of biopharmacy and pharmacokinetics. And my PhD thesis is the application of Bayesian techniques in the analysis of clinical data, assesses the population pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics of drugs. My supervisor is Professor Paweł Wiczling. Is this photo? Thank you a lot. Is the photo took 2 weeks ago on my seminary, this doctoral seminary meeting. So Professor Paweł Wiczling is an expert in the pharmacometrics, in the international expert, so that's why I'm so appreciate that he is my supervisor, and we are working in the same division. And to introduce you into my studies a bit only, to not give you only my PhD thesis, I want to show you how I am working on my PhD thesis. Analysis of the clinical data, the workflow looks like that. There are 5 steps, and I'm doing all the 5 steps to prepare full project and to finish the full project. First one is the exploratory analysis. I am working on the data sets from the clinical trials or from the another data sets from, for example, clinics in the. I am in collaboration with the hospital in Lublin and also with the university. With UCK, and in the first step, I try to understand how my population looks like. Then is the model development. It's the main step because I am trying to. I try to explain how I tried to describe the pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics of the drug, and then I diagnose the model. So I want to show that my model can describe the data, and in 4th step, I want to show that my model can predict the data, so can be useful in the new situation, in the new dosing regimes. And then in the 5th step, I tried to publish my results. And this moment I have, on my PhD, I have 4 projects. 2 of them are published. First is the Narodowej in the COVID-19 patient. Then it's the sufentanil in the pediatric population. Both are published in the clinical pharmacokinetics. It's the Q1. Q1. So then under the review is the article with the ceftolozane and tazobactam in critically ill patient. I am still waiting, unfortunately. But in my latest project is the vancomycin in the oncology patient, and I am waiting for the decision of the bioethical committee to receive the data set from our hospital to have full data for explore the pharmacokinetics in this patient. So it is how my PhD looks like, but now how it started. My supervisor thought that I am quite good in the data visualization, so that's why I have plot. It's the best part of my PhD, I think, plotting everything. And here are from the beginning of my life, from the 1996 to the 2026, how my life is going. And here are a few steps, a few real important events in my life. The first chemistry lesson in the primary school, I started thinking about discovering a cure for the cancer. Probably everyone here thinking about, thought about that in the future, in the past. Sorry. So it decreased a bit, but still it's not at the baseline, the 0%. So maybe in the future my thinking will change. Then the next one was the matriculation, and I started my master pharmacy studies. And then, as you can see, the free time decreased, and it was on the 20%, 30% during all the studies, but it was not the last time when this free time decreased. So I will show you why. Then I finished my master pharmacy studies, and then I started thinking about the PhD studies. It was the first time, so I don't know why, but I started thinking, and I applied to the first doctoral school, and I started my new journey. And I started the PhD. I started then also programming in R. It's first time when I was doing that. I started my English proficiency also increased a bit, so that's why but it's still at 50%. So I still prefer speaking in Polish, but it's okay. I hope that you understand me. And also, as you can see, my thinking about PhD was with the fluctuations. Sometimes I was thinking like, oh God, I want to fade up. No. But sometimes it was okay. But the most important is the free time line. So you can see that on the PhD, you don't have free time. You have minus 20% of free time. So please think twice. No, I'm joking. But you know that sometimes your project can be so time worth, and you spend so much time on your project, so you don't have free time. But the last line, it's because of the first doctoral office support. You can see that from the beginning of my life, they supported me. Every single time with every single problem, I have support from the first doctoral student office. So you know that in any problem you can ask. You can ask all of the staff. And I think that I will finish my PhD. I hope that it will be soon. And in the spam emails, sometimes they are writing me that doctor or professor. I hope that it will be soon. So here also on the letter I have Dr. Okuńska. I hope that it will be true. Okay, so because of my traveler in me calls me every single time. Also on the PhD, I was in 4 international conferences with the active participation. I was on the second year, I was in the Czech Republic. Then 1 year later, I was in Gdynia. Then this last year, on my 5th year, I was in Grenoble, France, and 3 weeks ago I came back from the Dubrovnik, Croatia. I think that it was my best conference. So I am so happy that I was there, and all the conferences were financed by the doctoral school. So you can ask about that. The financial is, and if you are thinking about active participation, it's easy to get somewhere. So my traveler also was calling me, and because the director of the first doctoral school approved my traveler application, I was on 2 volunteer missions in Zambia. And during my PhD on 2 3 months travels. Here last year ago, I tried to teach those kids the pharmacokinetics, but I don't know why they didn't understand me. I still don't know, but yeah, but it was during my PhD, so I can combine both my passions in one time. Also, I was in the internship in the United States in the A2AI company. Then there I am working still as an independent pharmacometrician. It is the company which help in the first and second clinical trial and in the preclinical trials to develop the models describing the pharmacokinetics of drugs. And going to the end, why I am talking about everything of that? Because all part of the PhD studies built my future. And at first, the conferences helped me to look at the international society, how it works. I could make the collaboration with another scientist. My research project show me that I can start from the zero level of the knowledge in my field, and now I am independent pharmacometrician. Also, because of the internship, I could look that the knowledge which I received, my supervisor leading, is the same path. How it works in the international companies. Also, the first doctoral school, as I told, that without the staff from the first doctoral school, I will have lots of the applications I will be still here. No, I will not traveling abroad. And every single time when I came with new approval, they welcomed me warmly. So, so thank you. And those approvals were those applications were so much. And also I have my personal development because of the academic field. When I'm still teaching students, I have definitely more hours than 60 during years, because I am feeling real like it's my path of my career that I really like teaching. And also I am now in a real good relationship with all the scientists from my division, and also because of that's all I can be here today, and I can present my career in front of you, and yeah, and it's my personal development. And thank you for your attention. If you have any question, I am, here is my email, phone, and my Instagram, because sometimes it's easier to write on Instagram and any social medias. So thank you a lot.
Thank you very much. It was very, very fine and emotional presentation. You said that when you do your PhD or a PhD, students have no free time, but you gain something. You gain the pleasure of doing it. And my other question, how did you like Ann Arbor, Michigan?
Oh God, I'm in love. I will travel there after, when I will finish, I will travel there to work. Not remotely like now, but
there.
Yeah.
I spent 4 years at Ann Arbor, Michigan, doing my PhD postdoctorals, and then being a research scientist there. So I love the city. I love it. Yeah, one of the best. All right, thank you very much. And we switch now, I believe, to Professor Inkielewicz. Here you are. Okay. Professor Iwona Inkielewicz, Deputy Director for Pharmaceutical Sciences. Please come.
Okay. Thank you once more for coming and joining us today. My name is Iwona Inkielewicz-Stępniak, and I'm Deputy Director of Doctoral School. So maybe from this side. today I would like to shortly present you Science Without Borders. What does it mean, if you ask me? How to turn your turn your ideas or your PhD thesis into international collaboration. So, if you ask me, what does it mean PhD students, to be PhD students? I don't know if you ask yourself sometimes, what would you like to do? And why would you like to join our doctoral school? Could you now tell me a little bit? Why? Maybe our PhD student already. Yes. And to gaining international experience, professional international experience. Also, you can collaborate with industry, with our clinician, and do real world innovation. And finally, you will publish your results in a top journals and apply for very prestigious grants, like, for example, Horizon Europe. And what is important, and I would like to emphasize, this is not exception. This is what our PhD students actually achieve. And probably you will ask us, what do you gain from year one? For sure, you will get in our doctoral school a lot of opportunities and support, like funding, the doctoral stipend, scholarship, the funds for research projects, actually from your supervisor at the beginning, but later you will apply for the grant. You can also take a part in mobility at our university. We have some programs like Erasmus Plus or summer schools. You will also receive mentoring, very strong supervisor support, and as well support in grant application. You will also build a strong network through international partners, industry connection, and clinical center at our university, for example. Everything you need to build an international research career, you can start from the day one. And PhD, what is as well important from my experience, you have to remember that PhD is not a trip that you do alone. You are here at the center. You, a PhD student, and you will collaborate with your supervisor. So it is very important to have good supervisor for you and for supervisor as well. You will have as well, for collaboration, international partners, another institute even, or national. You can also include the collaboration with industry partners, with clinical center, research institute, and also you can include social and healthcare organization. And all this connection help you to learn, grow, and make a bigger impact with your real science. PhD is more than a degree. Definitely is more than degree. I know that sometimes you need a degree, but during your PhD, you can develop skills for your future. You will learn how to conduct research, how communicate your results, your ideas, how to be leadership of the team, how to build strong network, manage project. And all these skills create opportunities, drive innovation, and help you to make a real impact in science and society. And this slide is quite funny slide, which highlights the most common myths about PhD student. So PhD is not isolation. Remember, it is international teamwork. PhD is not only university work, it's collaboration with industry, with university, with research institutes. Also here I added clinical center because we are at medical university, so our medical doctors are always open for collaboration. And PhD is not just pure theory. It is, you can create real world impact. So PhD, finally, you can do with curiosity, collaboration, innovation, and impact. Because I promise you to explain how to apply for grants. Grant is very important for us. We do not can do good science without money, without funding. So always, I am sure that you will apply at least for one grant during your PhD. So how, here briefly I explain you maybe how to apply for your first grant in 5 stages. So first stage is just you have to define the research objective, hypothesis, build them. You have to think what would you like to solve. Then you have to build your team, find collaborators, mentors. Of course, the main mentor will be your supervisor. It's good if it's your supervisor. And then what is important for the grant application, you have to collect preliminary data. This is very important. Stage third, you have to prepare a strong proposal and apply for grants. Stage fourth, you have to conduct the planned studies, manage project, and monitor progress of the project. And the final stage is you have to publish the results because you have to think that soon you will apply for the next grant. So they will evaluate what you did before with the money which you got it. Then you have to translate results into impact and grow your research career. Talking about project, I would like to maybe share with you information, very nice for our doctoral school that we got it grant. It was from STER NAWA program, and the main aim of the program is to support the internationalization of doctoral schools in terms of improving the quality of education and research, increasing the international mobility of doctoral students, and attracting doctoral students and supervisors from abroad. And thanks to the grant, we were able to support the most talented PhD students. Actually, during 2 years, 10 the best PhD students at our school got the annual scholarship. Also, thanks to the project, we can offer mentoring for all our students, workshops, summer school, and specialized lectures. Thanks to the grant, we also, our PhD students, were able to complete your research, you can see on the slide, in Germany, in Belgium, Italy, in Scotland, Sweden, as well in Canada and US. So totally our PhD students spent almost 20 months in foreign laboratory. The project gave also opportunity for directors of the school to take part in international training across Europe, to improve our PhD system at our university, to be better for you, be more effective leadership with good practice, and also for to do maybe some stronger collaboration with another institutes. And taking the opportunity that I have the presentation today, I would like to add that I'm looking for a PhD, motivated PhD students who will be interested in running the project linked to graphene oxide nanoparticles, pancreatic ductal adenocarcinoma immunotherapy, and NK cells. The project is conducted together with Luxembourg Institute of Health, and what we can offer, of course, international teamwork and also additional scholarship for 4 years. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Iwona. That was great. Thank you. And you have yet another example of very different projects that go on at our university, and projects in which you can and hopefully will participate. The opportunities are ample. Okay, so thank you again, and let's move to the next presentation by the Chief of Doctoral Council, Agata Knava. The floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Agata Knabe, and I'm the chair of our Doctoral Student Council. And today I would like you to tell about who we are and what we do as a council and why you should join us. So our council consists of 9 elected members, and the heart of the Doctoral Student Council is our presidium, which includes chairperson, vice chairperson, and the secretary. And as the Doctoral Student Council, our mission goes far beyond formal meetings or internal communication. We represent doctoral students before university authorities and external institutions, ensuring that your voice are heard at every level of decision making. We advocate for PhD students' rights and needs, whether it's about improving working condition or supporting your academic development. And at the same time, we actively promote both academic and social engagement. And we believe the strong science goes hand in hand with the strong community. So as the Doctoral Student Council, our work is diverse and deeply rooted in our commitment to representing and supporting the PhD community. We actively represent doctoral students in national delegations, such as the Polish Association of the Doctoral Candidates and the Doctoral Forum of Medical Universities, ensuring that our perspectives are part of broader academic conversations. Locally, we organize events and conferences that foster scientific dialogue, and we host social and integration meetings to help build a strong sense of community among doctoral students. We also manage our social media platforms to keep you informed and engaged, and we are constantly in touch with university authorities, and this includes writing formal requests to the rector of our university, and we also manage beyond this, we propose changes to university regulations, what necessary, and we participate in shaping important institutional strategies. For example, the MAC strategy for science. And when our colleagues face difficult situations, such as challenges with the supervisor-student relationship, we offer our full support because no one should feel alone in their academic journey. In all these actions, our mission remains clear: to represent, support, and empower doctoral students at every stage of their research path. And to be more specific, we submit proposals to the board of the Polish Association of Doctoral Candidates, contributing to policies and initiatives that shape the doctoral experience across the country. We will the honor of hosting hosting the Doctoral Forum of Medical Universities here in Gdańsk, and we also co-organize the scientific conference. Here you can see that we invited from the professor, the experts from the National Science Center. She was our guest lecturer for doctoral students, and she told us about how to apply to the grants for the National Science Center. We also represents doctoral candidates at the national level, advocates for doctoral candidates' rights and interests to Polish Association of Doctoral Candidates, and we support doctoral counseling through training and networking. We also organized this event of the Doctoral Forum University in Gdańsk, which includes 13 members medical universities. We had a training for the medical academic community. We discussed solutions to common challenges, and in our daily routine, we're issuing opinions on draft resolution for the ministry, and we network and integrate our community. Also, we organized the first doctoral students ball this year with cooperation with Gdańsk University of Technology and University of Gdańsk, and we were responsible for preparing games and competitions. And also we organized the first doctoral students kayaking trip this year. The last week, the main organizer is sitting here, our member of the Doctoral Student Council, Michał Prancewicz. Yeah, and we integrate, we dance together, we had a barbecue. And being a part of the Doctoral Students Council is more than just a role, it's an opportunity to grow. You can develop leadership and project management skills. You get to influence the doctoral experience at your university. And it's also a chance to build a meaningful academic and professional networks. And of course, you can gain visibility and recognition with the University of Community. And the most important thing, you make sure your voice is heard in the decisions that affect you and your fellow doctoral students. Okay, thank you for your attention. Please follow us on Facebook and feel free to ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agata. That was also a very important message, I would say. Important in two means. One, that you will never be alone, because they will be always for you, and they come from you, so they will know the best what do you need. And the other one, which is a bit contradictory to what was said before, that eventually you will have some free time, as Agata just presented. Thank you again, Agata. Okay, so who comes next? I believe that we have now time for short presentations by doctoral students, and Mr. Michał Bystram. Here you go.
Okay. Hello. Welcome our candidate to our PhD school. Today I will want to share with my thoughts about and view about the PhD as a third-year student. And as we know, oh, thank you very much. I will. Like that. And yes, first of all, you must know and should know what you should expect of during your PhD journey. First, you will get full independence and full autonomy of and responsibility also of doing your PhD, your research that will be part of your PhD, and of course you will face a lot of bureaucracy and public pursuit. So you must be also ready to do more sometimes do more administrative work than science work, and it's also good to know better our university at the first at the first year, and sometimes also you'll faced with that you might find out that your research that you're conducting is not going so well, or that your methodology that you use is not perfect for that. But don't worry, we are changing our view of PhD during our research. But also must remember that the fact of negative results is still a good result. Sometimes it's not easy to publish, but it's still something that you can know better how to conduct in the future, that will work much more with your thesis, and also you'll forced with the teaching baptism with the students, and sometimes you'll also get question from your family about where you finally finish your school and get a normal job, because all of that, some people didn't know about the PhD is also a job. It's quite tough to go through that, and also you must remember that will be probably easier for you. That is why you must know your goal for the first start. That you are doing a PhD more for about the title, or more to impress people or to get better job in the future, or you want just stay at university or just develop personal skills. You must set a clear goal that you will not lose your motivation during this time, because it spends 4 to 6 years here in Hobson, our university. And of course, the half of success is to find a good and supportive supervisor that will not only giving you task, but also giving you a solution for this task, or help to be more prepare for the challenges with the research that you will conduct and the others event, or the all hardness things with patient recruitment, of collecting data, and this is way that this person who will help you. And it's quite a short map that maybe will help you to how to identify the good supervisor for you. Of course, at first you must do a research about and define your own niche, research question that you will follow for this 4 years. And also you must look and do some kind of business research about that the people in our university are matching with you about the personality and the topic that you want to conduct, and do about research that the supervisor is on this theme, and also a good advice to pick a co-supervisor as a young already doctor, or at least the Dr. Habil. I don't know always how to say in English that, but they will keep you in your way and still motivate you to going further, because they also want to going further. So this is like, you know, the double combo of superpower. And as we know, to how to probably connect with the supervisor, just email, or you can skip that and go directly and talk with them about your idea and how we can manage that and how we can co-work for the success. And of course, you will have also at this school 2 milestones, and that's quite important, because at this first year you will write and trying to manage how you will conduct your research, and this is why you making an individual research plan. And I will be also very honest with you that do not make it too strict or too complicated, because it will follow a lot of stress during this journey, because the PhD is more like a pilot program of this research that you will maybe develop on the next steps of your research career, scientific career. And this is important to enjoy it, not too much stressed, but when we see this, it's a lot of stress. But hope so you will find your way to be more calm. And the second milestone is, of course, the midterm evaluation, that the committee will check your progress with the IRP. And this is only about your publication and conference studies, so I will already say that it's not about the extra work that you are doing at the time at your PhD, it's only about your research plan. And this is also very important, that to focus directly on the publication, on the grant application, and that will follow you to achieve your PhD goal and PhD title. And of course, it's very important to not stay in a local bubble. I encourage you, I hope so, to go further with your research, to apply for the conference, of course. The national is the most easiest, but the international and going further on this pyramid, career pyramid, not Avon pyramid, to feel that talking with people who are from not our country and doing research, that they are conducting that on different ways, and they have a little bit different mind about problems that we have here, like about the research methods, and they always know better, unfortunately, what is sometimes. It depends, of course, on the country and the university, but they sometimes are more new about the new trends in European Union or in general in the research that can tell you about some predictors of the methodology or the way how to make a grant application. That's because you can't do everything alone. Of course, you have your supervisor, you will have some kind of help if you are a clinician with other clinicians, but in my side of health science, you are mostly doing your own. Also, it's a pharmaceutical discipline that they are also working in research group, that's the motivation is more open. But if you're working alone on your discipline and have only supervisor and co-supervisor, find also students, I will be honest, find also students who will help you and they to make publication, to make research, because you also want to as a students to have papers, to get grants, so it's like a win-to-win situation. So if you are in scientific circle, try to find the best colleague that you matching and try to think about how we can do it together as a doctoral student and just a student. And some tips and advices maybe from my perspective of third year. This is kind of a little bit checklist that you can do at your first year to take first your plan IRP quite calmly and be more continuous than more end things in your IRP. Also discuss your teaching hours early, because also you will have teaching hours at our in your PhD in our school. So think also about the future hours, the didactic hours early, and maybe create your own elective course to have your own subject that you can lead by own. And start by reading and writing a literary review. I hate that, but it's the most unfortunately easiest way to have a publication. Of course depends of the type that you are doing, a scope or systematic or meta-analysis with that. But at the first year you don't have a lot of data that you can use, but you can use data that already was created. So you can manage, you can combine that and have your first small publication, and that not must be perfect. We have a lot of checklists for that. So I also recommend to think about this task. And if you work and do a PhD, also make a strict schedule for work and free time, because I think, and as we saw on the first slides, you will manage with a lot of feelings, a lot of tasks, and a lot of things that lives have in own packets. And of course, plan your conference and grants early that you can apply. But first, focus more about your publication first, because this will be also proof for the grant checker. I don't know how to say maybe more precisely. That you will show that you are interested at that and you're already working working in your fight. And of course, good luck, and let's stay in touch and think about after our day, and that maybe a PhD is worth it or it's not worth it for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we move, as always. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, I'm Michał Brancewicz, and in this presentation I will tell you a few words about my PhD and how it is on this PhD. I'm this moment in first year. I graduate Gdańsk Technical University, Automatization and Robotic, and also Electrical Engineering, and on Medical University of Gdańsk, Public Health. Normally, my job is I'm programmer. I'm supporting clinic. I'm there in another company, IT specialist, and in past I was automatization engineer. I was programming PLCs, programming robots, things like that. Okay, what is my topic? In my topic, I'm trying to find solutions to support clinic in Gdańsk using technology, using data analysis. I'm doing 3 steps. First step is to find what we can support, then to prepare some solutions, and last it's implementation. In our systems, some of systems is prepared by me. We have a lot of data. We can analyze this data. Data there is in databases, in Access, in MySQL. I'm preparing solutions using Python, PHP, and these days really important is to use AI because of medical data. We cannot send it to ChatGPT, Gemini, or something like that. From university, I get support, and this moment I have a computer with a really strong GPU, and I can run LLM, so AI model, locally and analyze this data. Okay. A few words about interdisciplinary. I have promoter Professor Mawlena Robakowska from GUMENT, and also from Technical University Professor Marcin Śliwiński from AI department. And it's really cool that we can connect 2 worlds, some medical worlds, some technical world. For example, Agata has same situation that she have 2 promoters from GUMET and from Technical University. My friend from here is connecting GUMET. His PhD is about firefighters, so second promoter is from Firefighters Academy. Okay. What university is giving us? It's a big support. First it's promoter, then it's team. You are working with team here, then conferences and money. So from the beginning, in my opinion, the supervisor is a really important person. In Poland we have a phrase that móc z kimś konie kraść, so I think it's that you can steal horses with somebody, and I think your supervisors should be like that. she should help you every moment, every problem. She should be like your university mom or your university dad. Okay, next. Team. When you will be on university, you will be in some part. For example, I'm in Zakład Zdrowia Publicznego i Medycyny Społecznej, Public Health and Medicine, Social Medicine Institute, and I really like this, that when I have problem, I can ask my friends from institute, and they will support me. When they need some more technical support, they can ask me. And for example, this moment I'm supporting 5 projects, my friends' projects from Zakład. I'm supporting a project about nicotine, about strokes, about obesity, children obesity, about emergency units, and about prophylactic in schools. Next is money. When you will go to university, you will get your scholarship, but you know, to make researches, many times you need money. So in university, this moment we have something called młody badacz. You can get 10,000 zlotys per 1 year to, for example, buy equipment, buy materials. If you need some translations, some statistic, you can use this money for this. If you need more money, you can try to get money for NCN, Narodowe Centrum Nauki. For example, Preludium. Preludium is for these who don't have PhD. And this year, a few weeks ago, I sent my project. I'm planning to first design, then make prototype production, some machines supporting medication for people with cognitive problems. Here you can see pre-prototype. I make this prototype for my grandma, and yeah, I'm planning to build it, give to patient, and see is it helping them, is it helping families. Yes. Okay. And really important is conferences. I like conferences. You can talk with people from whole world, with really good specialists. Yes, this first, it's my oral presentation in Zagreb. This is Krakow. We have on university something called ACE2. It's some partnership of universities, our university, and I think 8 or 9 universities. Nine universities from European Union. There is many lectures, meetings, conferences, many interesting things you can take part in. And this is from DEFUM meet in Białystok. Yeah, yes, Agata told us before this a little bit about DEFUM. So, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for, let's say, enthusiastic presentation and a very good proof that multi-subject thesis can, in fact, be done. Congratulations. But thinking about your supervisor as a fellow horse thief, it's original, I would say. But I like it. Okay, so the next presentation is by Ms. Natalia Zawrotna. The floor is yours.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Natalia Zawrotna. I am a PhD student at the Department of Medical Chemistry, first year as a Michał. So I've heard that Michał talked a little about the supervisor and Michał also. So I'd like to just expand this issue. So good supervisor, hot or not, it's not about dating with your supervisor, but it's about how this is very important during the PhD. So I'd like to share with you some tips how to find a supervisor. I have a huge experience because this is my second PhD. The first one was failed because of the supervisor, and I know by myself how important it is. So first of all, master students as a young PhD students has some expectations like nature papers and international conferences, and we are very excited, but then we met the reality. We spent a lot of months in laboratory. Our expectation, our experiments failed, and we are like, oh, what I can do more, and we are starting thinking that we are good enough, maybe we do something wrong, and so on. And then this is the place when your supervisor is very important. So research shows that relationship with supervisor is one of the strongest predictors of PhD successful. Good mentors improves productivity, also reduces burnout, and increases our success. So most of us, as a master student, we are looking for the most famous professor with the biggest laboratory and a lot of number of papers. But actually, the most famous professors are busy. They are very, very busy. They have their own more PhD students, maybe postdocs, and other staff, like maybe they are chief of department and they are busy. They do not have time for you. So what is the most important is that supervisor could be available, supportive, honest with you, interested in your development, not only scientific project, but also in your personal development, and respectful. So what I did before I found my supervisor, first of all, I started talking with people with this particular department or laboratory. I speak with people who already finished their PhD, and I contact with many people to be sure that this place is for me. Each of us has a different expectations, different problems. We have our strong and weak side, and it's sometimes that you fit in this lab and sometimes you don't fit in this lab, and that's totally okay. So I always speak with people from this lab, and also I did a short internship in this lab, like a voluntary internship, just 2 weeks, just to be sure that this place is okay for me. So I'm asking about, for example, availability of this promoter. I ask about the every week meeting to be sure that my progress of my research will be consulting with other people. I was asking about the success. I mean, if you have your first paper, you are the most happier person on the world, especially if you are a first co-author. So I was asking people if this is important for the team, because science, it's a team, it's a game player, like a team player. You are not alone and you are not doing everything alone. And team is very important in this issue, to support you and have a time to talk with you about your progress or regress sometimes. So it's very important to remember that PhD, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And in this way, I'd like to remember that laboratory, it's not our home, and a team, it's not our family. And have a friends, have a friendship, have a party from time to time. It's very important, right, Michał? Okay, so at the end, I'd like to just say that PhD is hard anyway. It doesn't matter if you have the best promoter on the world, the best team on the world. Like, the question is, who do you want it to be hard with? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you touched a very, very important question, how to choose the best promoter available. We have plenty available, but sometimes your first choice will not be the best, so be prepared, but you will eventually find the promoter who will be like the one to the left, not to the right. Okay, thank you again. And now we move on. Anybody from the International Cooperation Office with us? Because I believe that I saw somebody, but we are just a little bit, quite a little bit before time. They are coming, great. Serdecznie witam, welcome. And okay, here's the microphone.
Yeah, it's so official. Hello. How can I change this one? Yeah. Okay. My name is. Oh, sorry. My name is Karolina Derda. I know some faces. I'm from Department of International Relations. We are behind this wall, so very close to PhD students. And our department is responsible for, in general, foreign cooperation and some bilateral agreements, also everything what is connection with foreign countries. And I will tell you today about Erasmus mobilities of Erasmus program offer for you. You can find us on the still in English or Polish version on the website, where we put the our Erasmus offer, and also on extranet where are more details information. You can also follow our social media, which are run in English, and we have Facebook and also Instagram, where we are putting our actual activities. Erasmus program is a well-known program for you, I think, and it supports international general studies and internship, but for all students, or undergraduate, graduated students, and also doctoral participants, which are studies in higher education institution like ours. And there are two types of mobilities within this program. There are studies, part of studies, and internship. But for PhD students, the most common is internship, because it's connected with research, which you can do abroad. You can go to any private institution, or it's a public or private, to work on your research. And of course, the only requirement is that it should be integral part of your study program. And you have 12 months to use during your PhD career, so you can go several times abroad. Usually, this program, which I'm responsible for, this part of Erasmus, you can go to most of all of European countries and some countries which are cooperate with Erasmus. Sometimes we have also offered to go to another countries, not which are associated with the program, but not with European Union. But it's kind of different program of Erasmus, and sometimes we have such an offer, sometimes not. So, but we are giving you information on the emails. Up to date, so what we can offer. There are two groups of countries. They are different from, the scholarship is different. That's why you can see the three different group of countries. And what kind of internship is possible? You can go for long-term study of internship, so internship. The minimum of stay is 60 days, so 2 months. And the maximum up to 12 months, but our rule is that we are paying maximum 2 months. And the short-term internship, which is very popular among students, because you can go from 5 till 30 days, so it's up to you. And as I said, you can go multiple times during your career, up to 12 months. Each of you can use each 12 months going abroad. Applying is very easy because the only requirement is to give us a set of signed, completed documents, which are you can find of our extranet. And it is a learning agreement for traineeship. There are information about our institution, the institution you are going to, and then the program you want to complete it abroad. And you have to take signature from abroad and from your supervisor here, and give me also with the invitation letter, because I need the dates where you're going to and the information about this institution. And that's all. I'm sending you scholarship, and that's it. So it's really easy, and it's worth it to use this opportunity. And as I said, you can go a couple of times. And granted, as I said, we are paying for 2 months exactly, plus the days of travel. And for short-term mobility, you can go for minimum 5 days, and we are paying for maximum 2 weeks. But this is really a good paid internship, the second form. Additionally to the scholarship for every day or every month, we are paying lump sum for travel. There are 2 options. You can go with an airplane, so it's standard travel lump sum, and also it's a little more money for green travel. When you will travel by carpooling or bus or train, you will get more money. And the travel and this sum differs, depends on kilometers you're going to the destination. All these finance are you can find on extranet. And when you are coming back, the only thing we need in our office, there's a certificate which confirms the dates of your stay, which were in the signed financial agreement, and that's all. And there is also an online survey, which you get access by email. So only 2 things, and that's it. So it's really easy. As I said, you can find us on website. On extranet, there are more details information. We are next door, so we're very close. There are also information on Facebook and on Instagram. So I really would like to encourage you, because we have money and you can really use this opportunity and go abroad to find another experience. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now you also see that it is possible to travel abroad with the help of our university, and it really works. I will tell you that my second-year PhD student from Pakistan, Mr. Ashfaq Ahmad, just completed his 1 month stay at the Scientific Institute in Basel, Switzerland. He did some exciting things associated and belonging to his PhD project, so I'm expecting him to come back because he's just getting married in Pakistan, and after he comes back, I expect him to show what he done, what he did over there. Okay, next presentation comes from the welcome point. Welcome point.
Hello. Hello. My name is Marzena, and I'm the part of the Welcome Point team. Our office is downstairs. Here is Gosia also. We're working together, and basically we are supporting the whole our international students, but also employers and doctoral students. So if you have any problems and you don't know where to go, you just can come to the Welcome Point and we'll try or to solve your problems or to find the people that will solve the problems. So basically, we are, as I said, we're helping the foreign students in all kinds of legal matters or insurance problem. So basically, lots of the things which are not connected with your studies. So if you don't know where to go, you can come to us and we will help you. Especially the legalization of stay is very important. So those are the things. Sometimes the doctoral students have quite complicated situations because they are coming from different countries or through the other countries of Europe to Poland. And sometimes you're wondering what to do, how to get that legalization of stay as soon as possible. The other side of our work is to integrate Polish and English division parts of our society at the university. So basically, we have some key activities in that matter. So basically, we have orientation weeks. Of course, for the doctoral students, it's not that easy because doctoral students are not coming all together, but always when you're coming here at the beginning of your stay in Gdańsk, in Poland, the doctoral school is sending foreign students downstairs, and they're getting the whole package of information that they need at the beginning of their stay here. And plus that, we're also organizing a lot of diversity integration events. So remember, because sometimes you can think that at the doctoral school you don't have so many of international students, or maybe you think that you're a Polish student, so it's not for you. But basically, we try to integrate Polish and English speaking students. So you're always welcome, even if you're Polish, because our activities are very interesting for everyone. So lately we had a beautiful diversity day when everyone could come to see beautiful dances from all over the world and like have some fun, meet some people, especially that there's not so many of you at the doctoral school. So if you come to such an event, you have an opportunity to meet people from all over the world, like maybe even get some friends. Nigerian Day, Arabic Day, whatever you want, you can find here. Indian Day. We also take care of our physical, not only mental health. So remember, when you're studying, we're organizing or helping the students, because it's the students who are organizing those events. Here it's futsal, so we're playing football. You can get your team, or you can play with a bunch of people. So it's something what helps you keep balance when you're studying. Here are the circles of different, first of different student circles. We're supporting them too. Some of them finished the studies and then became here doctoral students. We're also involved in some charity events here. Everyone is always welcome. We need help in collecting and then giving the gifts to the kids. We're organizing different meetings just to talk. Here, okay, we're also showing you our culture, so Polish days with dancing, singing are also here. Every year downstairs you can come, decorate the gingerbread, have some barszcz and pierogi. And also, if you're staying here, you can go to the Polish family for Christmas. And if you're a Polish family, you can be a host for someone who is coming from abroad. It's always very beautiful. It's really tradition right now. Every year, around 20 students are getting homes for Christmas. It's really nice. We're trying to talk about the stereotypes. And basically, that's all. If you will have any questions, you can email welcome@edu.pl, gum@edu.pl, or call me, or you just can come downstairs and talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So now you know that there are some people who will take care of you from the very, very beginning and will provide for you help, information throughout. All right. Professor,
yes.
Are you coming?
Thank you very much. I'm a little bit out of the schedule, but we have a slot that we could use, at least a couple of minutes. My name is Jacek Kaczmarek, and I'm responsible for relations with our international alumni. And I would like to share with you a short success story. Although the first doctoral school was officially started 7 years ago, this was not the moment when our university started to award PhD degrees to our graduates and also other people who wanted to pursue PhD with our university. And I would like to tell you briefly about a graduate from Studium Doktoranckie, which existed at our university before the first doctoral school, and we could legitimately say that the first doctoral school is a descendant from and originated in some way from Studium Doktoranckie. For a certain period of time, from 1998 to 2002, I had the pleasure to be the institutional coordinator for the Erasmus program. And in 1998, one of our students, Eva Majdak-Paredes, she studied medicine, went to Leuven for a few months with an Erasmus program. And if you look at her story, she graduated from our university in the year 2000, and she received a fellowship Marie Curie from Karolinska, and for many years now she has been a consultant and plastic and reconstructive surgeon in Edinburgh, Scotland. And if we go a little bit further down, we could read on her page. Could we scroll down? She is now more about Eva, please. More about Eva, yes. And further down, she is currently a clinical director for plastic surgery for NHS Lothian, which is the NHS for the region of Edinburgh. She is one of very few surgeons in the UK holding PhD that was awarded at the end of a regular PhD studies. Of course, it doesn't mean that there are few surgeons in the UK with PhD, but very few of them have gone through a formal several year program of teaching, learning, and doing research concluded with PhD. So a short success story is graduates from this university, graduates from our first doctoral school. Basically, this university is a good place to start. And depending on your ambitions and your talents and your hard work, you can achieve here or there or anywhere. When I say anywhere, I know what I'm saying because we have many graduates from our university present in various corners of corners. The world is a globe, so no corners, but basically in many places around the globe, from South America to Asia, and from, of course, top of Norway, close to the North Cap, and down south to Republic of South Africa. So success is ahead of you, and of course, you all know what to do to achieve it. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Jacek. So now you have a proof that your career, if you follow the career of a PhD student and then PhD at our university, will not stop, will not end there. All right. We have a guest lecture, an interesting one, but only at 2 o'clock. And I will... So something has changed? Is he already here, or is if so, then yes. Maybe short coffee break, yes, for the remaining people. Not too many of us remained, as we can see.
But the event is broadcast, so we don't know how many.
We don't know how many others. He's here. Okay, so still, let's do a bit of networking. And reconvene at 1.
Aha, nie, no, ale właściwą sprawę. Tak.
Welcome. Professor Michał Kucewicz, who is an associate professor at Biotech Med Center at the Gdańsk University of Technology, will have a lecture for us now on capturing the human mind from engrams invasively to cognitive functions, non-invasive. Topic sounds very interesting. Great. Okay, the floor is yours. The mic is operating. It's here.
Okay, so, okay, you can hear me well, great. So as you can see, I'm affiliated with the Gdańsk University of Technology, but actually right now I'm also a visiting professor at the medical faculty in Wrocław. So I think you chose the right guy, you know, because I'm trying to combine the two worlds, the world of technological innovation and applying these technologies to solve clinical problems, clinical research. And today I will tell you about capturing the human mind. And I chose this word specifically because it's capturing means not only like comprehending, understanding, and like grasping, but also like being able to touch, to change, to affect, to, you know, to possibly to target with a therapy, right? And something as abstract as the human mind.
And today, just like in the GUMET, GUMET both has an invasive center and a non-invasive center, right? So I divided my talk into the invasive studies that were done mostly by the PhD students. So I specifically selected those that will be a good example for this talk, all the way from the single neurons in the human brain, all the way up to cognitive functions that are captured non-invasively. But before I start going into hardcore research, I want to take a step back and ask you, what is the primary drive, the motivation, the passion for your research? What is the question that really drives your research? Because for me, this question has always been since the time of my high school and then really solidified during my undergrad studies at Cambridge to catch the human thought. Like, what is a human thought? This most abstract thing that only human brain is capable of. And how can we do this? Can we do this? I remember sending like my papers to like graduate schools and like all over the place, like Harvard, Columbia, UK, different places. And in my cover letter, motivation letter, I was putting this question, that the goal of my research is to catch a human thought. And that's why in the end I ended up in Bristol learning electrophysiological techniques in rodents, in hippocampus and prefrontal cortex underlying spatial memory, to learn the techniques that are useful to study these functions, and then went on to do my postdoc at Mayo Clinic in the United States to apply these in human patients, in epilepsy patients. I'll tell you more about this in a second. But the key thing here on the slide is that my drive was always the same, that this drive was to touch a human thought. And this book here by Eric Kandel, I really recommend it to you if you're interested in similar questions. That was really a big accelerator for these questions. Okay, so before I start, let's do a little quiz, okay? I'll tell you the challenge of catching a human thought. Anybody knows whose brain is this? No, slightly bigger. Almost, very, very more. Not red, but mouse. It's a mouse brain. You can see a huge olfactory bulb, very little visual cortex. And this picture comes from a Susumu Tonegawa's lab, a Nobel Prize laureate for engrams, very famous for engrams, which is showing you the engram, which is every single cell in the mouse brain that participates in formation of just one memory, just one episode of rat being in a given cage and experiencing certain things. And you can see the problem of this, right? The authors concluded that approximately half of the brain regions are activated when you form just one memory. And then half of this half, so a quarter of brain regions, is reactivated when this memory is remembered by a mouse later on. So how do we grasp it? Where do we target it? How do we try to even catch it, right? And this is a single moment in time. It's amazing that we can really visualize every single cell, but we know that engrams are really dynamic, right? So even when I speak to you now, the connections in your brain are changing very dynamically every second. So in humans, we cannot see every single cell in the brain, but what we can do is we can follow very precisely in time, millisecond by millisecond, the activity in the brain. And this is what I've been doing on my postdoc at Mayo Clinic with epilepsy patients who were implanted with this kind of electrodes going deep inside the brain or put on a surface called the electrocorticogram grid while they were performing tasks waiting for seizures. Okay? And if you take one of those electrodes here, an example from the visual cortex, occipital cortex, you can break down the signal that was present when patients were viewing the words. They were appearing on the screen. A lot of pictures averaged here. You can see the increase in power of those high-frequency brain waves, high-frequency activities, and suppression of power of the low-frequency activities. And I remember till this day, this is one of the first analysis I did as a postdoc, learning them from rats and applying them in humans, when I thought, wow, could this single discharge, like you see here, for example, be an activity of a single neuronal network which is encoding this particular image in the brain and in the mind of the patient. And that was really driving my research even up to this day. So if you have a lot of electrodes like this, and you take it from many patients, you can pretty much cover the entire brain area and then sequence them according to how early you see this high-frequency response after, in this case, patients were shown words. And you first see them in the occipital visual areas, sensory areas, quite expectedly. Then they go down, further down into temporal areas, and all the way down to the prefrontal and frontal pole areas. And because these are words, you see these activities preferentially in the language-dominant left hemisphere. In most people, it's the left hemisphere, not so much on the right hemisphere, in the areas related with processing of words. So you see this hierarchy of processing stream that you can follow almost millisecond by millisecond and be able to then make these kind of representations or maps of what happens when you form one memory in humans. So this is equivalent to the mouse thing, but now done in humans in time, okay, dynamically in time. So you can see here, patients are preparing to see words on a screen to remember. When it will turn red, it will mean that the word is on the screen. Okay, so before even, come in. So even before the words are being presented, you can already see, I'm showing you just two activities, the low frequency brain waves, okay, theta frequency, and the high frequency that I showed you before, okay? I call it a 6-dimensional map because you have 3 dimensions of anatomical space, 4th dimension of time, dimension of frequency of the brain waves, and amplitude of those brain waves. So pay attention first to the low frequencies. Even before anything is shown on the screen, patients are attending, and you can see increased activity of these low frequencies in the sensory visual areas. Nothing, if anything, suppression of activities in the high frequencies. Then when the word is shown on the screen, you can see here, now this activity in the low frequencies is gradually moving to more prefrontal areas. Okay, you will see it on the next, further down. But now you can see the high frequency activities. Patients are consciously perceiving, seeing words, and you can see this activity in the visual areas. They're not aware of the linguistic parts yet, because it's too early. But if you go down, you can see that this activity now moves from here to more prefrontal areas, okay, language and temporal cortex areas related with semantics, and it will end up, so from here to here, all the way down to the frontal pole at the very end, even when the word is off the screen. The patient is probably still thinking about those words. Not much happening on the right hemisphere. So this is how you can track it in time, what happens in your mind, possibly, right? So we chose these high frequency activities because if you take lower frequencies, you can see bigger areas of the brain oscillating together. For example, take slow wave sleep. When you go to sleep, your brain oscillates in up and down states pretty much 1 cycle a second. And it's the whole brain that is doing it in synchrony. Even if you go the famous alpha rhythms, when you close your eyes, you can see the posterior alpha rhythms in the pretty much the entire parietal and occipital cortex. But when you go to high frequencies, you can then track, just like I showed you, discrete areas of the cortex which are processing specific types of information. Okay? If you go to the other side of the spectrum, you can go all the way to single neurons, which we also record, but then you've got the problems of the mouse. They're everywhere. How do you track them? How do you, follow this kind of widespread activity? That's why we think that these are perfect for following the neuronal assemblies, which are actually underlying those concepts, engrams, possibly thoughts in your mind. By the way, this high-frequency activity is correlated with the Bolt signal. Okay, so the Bolt signal in the fMRI they are really correlated. And you can record them either with the big macro electrodes on the surface of the brain, like you see here, and on the small micro contact. These are like a 10 by 10 chip with sharp micro needles, and you can see high frequency oscillation here on the big macro contact, and also on the small micro contacts, which are underlined by spiking electrical impulses from a lot of neurons, synchronous activity of those neurons. And this activity here is not random, as you see here. They can be arranged into particular sequences, one neuron is firing after another, which is encoding particular words. And if this sequence is disrupted between the time of encoding and recall, then chances are patients are going to make a mistake or not remember the other word. So that's how we know that this is really important, okay, for your engrams. This is the first proof of concept that, your high-frequency oscillations are doing this. So far for the introduction, okay, of how we can start grasping human thought. The basic idea is to conclude that if you see those high-frequency oscillations in your signal, it probably means something is happening in your mind. And it's probably related to something that you're thinking right now. So some of you may be thinking, can we do mind reading and, crazy things like that? I'm going to get into this, okay? Okay, first the invasive studies. So we don't use the same electrodes I showed you before. We use special hybrid electrodes, which have got these rings of macro contacts. The same ones are used for the standard DBS procedures in Parkinson's disease, for example, right? But on top of these standard clinical contacts, we've got micro contacts, which can sample from individual neurons close by. Those bigger ones can sample from high-frequency oscillations from like connected neural networks around these probes as the patients are imagining something or recalling. It means that we're capturing here something that happens in their mind. They're visualizing those words that they remembered before. They're visualizing banana. They're visualizing, you know, beach or something that they were remembered. And we are capturing this on the electrodes, okay? Another interesting thing is that if we look at all electrodes, not only from the occipital cortex, but all electrodes in this patient, marked here color-coded with different color, you know, occipital cortex, temporal, parietal, etc., you can see that, first of all, up to 1/3 of electrodes is engaged in the synchronous HFO activities around the time of vocalization of words, and they come from different cortical areas, okay? Not only that, there is other synchronization events following this, like you can see here, like a sequence of events, which may mean that patients first recall this word cow or whatever they were recalling, which then triggered associated words like barn or hill that they didn't say, but they were thinking about it possibly from the same list or just associated semantically with them. So we're proposing as a mechanism for tracking a sequence of thought, a train of thought, or a stream of consciousness even, you know, what happens in your mind. And, you know, again, coming back to the mouse, like more than half of the brain areas are activated here. And you may think, wow, this is a lot, like a single word, single concept, and associated concepts, half of your brain. Well, no wonder, if you think about even easy word like fish, it's not just a word, it's a concept. You may think of a visual representation of a fish, but also about the act of fishing, if you're fishing, and also activate your motor cortex, right? Or about your smell or taste cortex. Or higher order symbolic representations like cartoon characters, or even higher abstract representations like a symbol of Christianity. All of this can come to your mind when you think of a fish. Right? That's why maybe you're activating pretty much most of your brain. So Southwick went on further and asked, at any one electrode, let's say this is one disk of macro contact, are the HFO activities under these electrodes selective to only specific words like cat and dog, but not to fly and bat, or do they respond to all words? Okay? Are we picking up specific neural networks or just general activity? All right? So he found that basically across most of the electrodes in most brain areas, he found this discriminative preferential firing to these words, which happened here after the moment of presentation of words without any memory component, or the same words but in a different task with memory component. So here they were shown the same words but asked to remember them. And even when you're not shown the words, but you're again recalling those words from mind, no visual stimulation, you can see still traces of this preferential firing to dog and cat, but not to fly and bat or whatever. And we see it pretty much across every cortical lobe. So this means that these representations are consistent across tasks, different memory phases, and even days, because when we check it on the next day, we can still see in some patients traces of this preferential firing. So this is proof of concept that we're actually catching something specific to, particular concepts of, fish or whatever is under this particular electrode in your cortex. They actually arrange also into this hierarchical sequence. So you still see networks of this preferential firing involving mainly the sensory areas and the posterior, visual areas. And then it moves further anterior to more temporal, semantic areas and ends up in the mostly prefrontal areas in the later phases of word processing. So if this is true, then you could do mind reading, because you could feed, matrices of HFO detections in time of encoding or recall and across from different channels of your brain, feed it to AI and tell me, and classify whether this is encoding or recall or this is a particular word. Now, another PhD student in the lab, Marina, has used explainable AI tools to basically check which parts of the matrices is AI using the most. which parts are most useful for AI. And she found out, not surprisingly, that the parts around when the words are presented or recalled in the middle of the time axis. But what was surprising that in terms of the localization in the brain, the AI, which is totally blind to anatomy, doesn't have the medical knowledge that you guys have, was pointing to the areas of the semantic networks, preferentially in the language-dominant left hemisphere. And it was saying this is where most useful information for this classification is. So to answer your question, can we mind read? Not yet, because we don't have enough data. But if we had enough data, we've got evidence that the information is there, so we can dig it out. And we can probably do it even before you start verbalizing or thinking about it, 300 milliseconds before it appears in your mind. Which is kind of, on one hand, troubling, on the other hand, fascinating, right? If you think about Alzheimer's disease and those diseases where people just forget concepts, right? Okay, so we can do all of this invasively when we're in the brain, but what if we're outside of the brain? So Nastaran, who is also here in the back, they're both graduating hopefully this year. She used epilepsy patient data with scalp EEG recordings while they were performing a battery of cognitive tasks. It's a famous Cambridge battery count-up, maybe some of you have heard about it. This is probing different forms of spatial, visual, spatial, working memory, and executive functions. And in this patient population, more or less 1/3 of these are impaired in one of these domains. What she was looking for is an objective biomarker in brain activity that will tell you that this patient will struggle with memory. Somewhere in the brain, in some specific frequency. Is it possible? Is there one frequency for all these different functions? It turns out there is hope for that. She found out that basically the low frequency theta activities in the frontal pole of your brain and the gamma activities in the visual areas of your brain can discriminate between these poor performing patients and good performing patients in most of the tasks. But only the activity in the frontal pole, the theta activity in the frontal pole, correlated with performance across all 3 tasks. So we've got here a biomarker which would work for different cognitive tasks, maybe even more than just those 4, that is consistent to space and to frequency, which could be used as a possible objective biomarker in neurology and psychiatry, which we don't have. We don't have objective biomarkers in neurology and psychiatry to use. She went farther and she asked the question, okay, within any one patient, can we dissociate if the patient is going to be in a poor memory state or a good memory state? Sometimes you feel like, oh, it's difficult for me to remember right now. Or sometimes you're very focused. Can we see this on the level of your eye, not even your brain? She was using eye tracking with an infrared camera together with intracranial recordings to compare them to. This is an example of your pupil size. We know that using your pupil size, we can predict whether you will remember a word or not. But she was checking if you can remember, if you can classify your state, if you're likely to perform well or perform poor. And she broke down the trials into good memory trials with 4 or less words out of 12 remembered, and good memory trials with 5 or more. And you can see with a naked eye, with this pupil signal average from all patients, that there's some obvious differences. That sometimes when your memory is poor, your pupil is more constricted, sometimes it's more dilated. There are some differences. And what turned out in this article, which is super close to being accepted, one reviewer is still fighting with us, is about statistics, by the way, a terrible story, is that as early as several hundred milliseconds before the words are presented on the screen, we can tell and discriminate from your eye, because your pupil is more or less constricted, whether you will be likely remembering words or not. Similar during recall, but not so powerful. And this discrimination is basically as early and as powerful as all other metrics that you use from the brain, from intracranial EEG. These are simple features, power and band, like I showed you, those theta, gamma activities. But still, it's amazing. You don't have to go into the brain. You can tell so much just from your eye about your current memory state. Do you believe you can go even farther? Make it even simpler? I'll try to convince you. So Maria, who was actually a student of medicine here at GUMET and at the same time biomedical engineering at Gdańsk Tech. She's now doing a residency in neurosurgery in Lausanne in Switzerland. She's still collaborating with us and finishing this paper. She was checking whether using a simple gaze tracking task, where you ask patients to simply follow a dot on a screen from left to right, which is increasing velocity, it takes 30 seconds, very simple task, or do your gaze movements either to the target, saccade to the target, or away from the target. Okay, anti-saccade or a pro-saccade. Super simple tasks. You would be able to do it in 30 seconds, third one. The other one is also super simple. The question is, based on your eye movements and eye responses, can you tell that you will be impaired in memory or not? From the simple task of just attention. It turns out, yes, you will. So Maria noticed that those patients who later turned out to be impaired in verbal memory were making more saccades away from the smooth pursuit movements than other patients who were not impaired. In the anti and pro-saccade task, the impaired patients were making more mistakes with the anti-saccades especially. The velocity and the amplitude of their saccades and eye movements was also significantly different. So just the way you do your eye movements is revealing if your other executive memory functions are good or not. So think about telemedicine. Think about personalized, easy medicine, an easy test that you apply in front of a computer screen that you do with a patient just to screen people who may have problems with cognitive functions. She also correlated this with the number of HFOs. Those in the patients who also had electrodes inside the brain. So even though it was not a memory function, she could still see differences in the number of those high-frequency activities. Those related to the mind, right? We're coming back to the idea. So we came up with a general hypothesis, taking all of our studies and studies of other people in a systematic review, to notice that when you're in a state of good encoding, you're focusing on things and you're trying to encode things, your pupil tends to be constricted, okay? You make less saccades and you fixate more, which I think is obvious, it makes sense, right? But when you're in a state of recalling things, remembering things from your memory, then it's the other way around. Your pupil is dilated, like you see here, you'll fixate less and you make more saccades. So this is exactly what we see in our task during encoding, constriction, and during recalling, dilation. So again, think about how you could use this. You could monitor if someone in the mind, like if you're now encoding information and thinking about what I'm telling you, or daydreaming and thinking about something else, just by looking at your pupil. You could do it in a classroom. You can do it, with students, and you could tell, oh, this patient is paying attention, is encoding information. This student is not. Actually, Nostran had an interesting talk for psychologists, I think, right, in Krakow about possible applications of this. And other projects I don't have, how I'm doing on time? Yeah. Okay, so we've got other, here I've got the clock, great. So we've got other projects in the lab. This is in collaboration with GUMET, actually, with a group of Professor Paweł Winklewski, looking at brain activities with how different levels of hormones between sex and between males and females, or within sexes, within females in different menstrual cycle phase, are affecting brain activities relating to their cognitive performance and tasks. And they basically found that quite obviously that the differences between sexes are much bigger than the differences within sex having different hormone levels. But the fact that we can spot it on the level of brain activities and tell something about cognitive functions is impressive. So you can read more about this in this article, just accept it in the journal. And we even ventured out as far as neuroarchitecture. So Anya, a PhD student in architecture who also recently graduated, she applied virtual reality environment together with, is Jesus here? No. Together with a postdoc in the lab to see whether introducing biophilic elements of architectural design, we can see differences how the brain responds to these in specific frequency ranges and regions. And what we saw is actually significant differences in the alpha and beta frequency ranges, restricted only to the visual cortex and to the prefrontal cortex. So your higher order processing and low order sensory processing is definitely reacting to changes when you introduce different architectural elements, okay, which is another interesting area that you can explore. So what is the future really, and what do we do right now? So right now we're applying not even virtual reality, we're applying augmented reality with patients who are implanted with devices. And they are doing augmented reality tasks when they are looking for virtual objects in the real environment, like for example, their apartment, or remembering word lists in a task that I just showed you. And while they're doing this, we're recording continuously from specific parts of their brain that are important for epilepsy in this case. And we send this information, these recordings, to a cloud environment so that we analyze them with machine learning and artificial intelligence in order, based on the biomarkers and features that we discovered, so as to be able to close the loop and apply personalized treatments to improve their functions. Okay, so just imagine the possibilities of doing this continuously at home when someone is implanted with a device. You can track what happens in their brain / mind as they are performing tasks, going to work, going to sleep, having a nap, and then those engrams or activities appearing in their mind, and you can track them and follow them, how well they are doing. Okay, so there's like the opportunities are immense, literally. So that's how actually I wanted to end up my talk with kind of coming back to the original question: what drives your research? What is really your inspiration? And to tell you that even the work that we're doing here, this project about the words, you know, it's not only about how we encode and recall words. This is asking bigger questions. You know, the PhD title is the Doctor of Philosophy. Okay, these are questions that are concerning, you know, bigger problems than just your, you know, little thing. So I wanted to really inspire you to think outside of the box of what your particular research and your question is meaning for the society, for the world at large, you know, for the field. In my case, I can tell you that I believe this is something more than just remembering words. This is something that makes us humans. This is not only being able to communicate, because even apes can communicate between each other very effectively, but what humans can do and the monkeys cannot do is to exchange ideas, concepts. This is what I'm doing right now to you. I'm telling a word which is being projected in my mind in order to create this representation in your mind, a concept, not just a word, not just image of a fish. I'm just creating, you know, with my speech, something that's changing your connections in half of your brain and making you imagine and realize what fish means to you. You get it? This is like Adam's creative speech in the garden, you know, when he was creating, like he was, you know, formed to be, to speak to the nature and name it. This, you know, this is just mind-blowing. And for Greeks, it was obvious that logos, that you know from this passage, famous passage from John's Gospel, is more than word. For Greeks, it meant concept. It meant universe. It meant something more than just what it means for us. And it kind of tells you something more why this is given. The word is given as a name for the second person of the Trinity. This is mind-blowing. And, you know, just to finish up, this is my favorite passage from the Catechism, which, you know, just to read it and ponder it, it's just immense. You know, who we are as humans and what our research can actually tell about this. You know, the relationship, and answer questions that are not only philosophical, they're theological. Just like the very first schools, you know, in Cambridge, Harvard, there were schools of theology, you know, and that's how science started. So I wanted to just, you know, tell you, have fun with your research, you know, think outside of the box and enjoy. Thank you. Yes, there is. We've got maybe not collaborators, but partners in Jagielloński who are putting into scanner to do bold responses. Remember, correlated with this high-frequency activities, blind people, and they are playing them words by sound and checking what is their visual cortex doing. You know, did it take over some functions from the auditory cortex, and what is going on there? And can it activate also similarly, you know, as many brain areas or as much the brain as in people who are seeing? So these are questions which we are just now getting some answers to. Very good question, yeah, because the mind should be, like, you know, independent of the senses, right? To what extent is it independent? How much is it plastic? And doesn't matter if you're blind from birth or, you know, acquired blindness. Really critical ones.
One thing, maybe it's science fiction, more fiction than science, I don't know. But let's imagine we collect signals from one person and use them for stimulation of brain cortex in another person and check they report seeing or perceiving or experiencing the same thing as was originally the stimulus for the other person. That's point one. Point two, you mentioned that during the recall phase, there was dilation of the pupil and more saccadic movement. How likely do you think it might be related to the fact that recall is a form of challenge, and challenge could possibly activate our sympathetic?
Yes,
right?
yes.
Dilation in response to, let's call it micro stress.
Yes.
Because of course, recalling a word and even failing at it would not be a big thing.
Very good question. We're getting it.
Yet it could be a source of stress because we have the chance of failing.
Yes. So I would start with the second one because it's easier. We get it all the time from the reviewers. The influence of the sympathetic system, of your emotional limbic system, of stress, etc., is huge on the pupil. So there's definitely, we're not claiming that this is purely related to cognitive processes, this dilation, pupil dilation, right? What we can tell is that it is significantly different when you're successful than when you're not successful, which again might be related to your control of stress and other things, right? As far as our paradigms go, we try to make the task as neutral emotionally and as easy for the patients by doing trainings, etc., so that we limit the stress and we limit the emotional charge. So for example, the nouns that we use are simple nouns, like 2 or 3 syllable nouns, common, very common, and without any emotional charge. Obviously, we can never do it completely without the charge because a dog means something really emotional for someone, right? But not to the other person. And another thing is the light conditions. Like, you have to really strictly control the light conditions, but I think this is controllable. The other factors, like with the emotion system, limbic system, much more difficult. So we're not claiming here this is purely cognitive, but we're saying there is a huge cognitive factor which previous studies have underappreciated. With regard to the first question, this is a science fiction question which already people have addressed. I think it was Miguel Nicolelis from Brazil and then from where he was in Duke, I think, in US, who did this with monkeys. And there were other studies with rats who was trying to exactly do this. So record from sensory area in one monkey and then translate it to another continent, I think between Brazil and USA, to another monkey in Brazil or the other way around. And they were playing some computer game and they were checking if indeed they will have the same response. I don't know if it was sensory or motor or both. The end of the story is that those papers didn't get published as high and they had really huge problems with the reviewers and nobody ever has attempted to replicate these. So I think it's still kind of a little bit of a taboo, like, you know, this kind of telepathy thing that people in my field are very careful about addressing. But there is some evidence that it's possible and people have tried to do this.
Maybe instead of using computer games in this experiment, it would be better to use a banana or a predator.
Right.
Something from 2 extremes.
Right, right.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, I think I know you.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. First of all, thank you. It was very interesting. ISD, how different the brains are to research? Because as you know, they have different construction of the brain, and the inspiration of my question is.
Well, you mean synaptopathies or construction of the brains? You know, sounds a little.
Yeah, it was generalization from my side. It's like they tend to avoid eye contact and how to say it. I think therefore you can examine their the neurotypicals because they are saying different things. And second one, do you think, it's I think hard question, your research or your research can resolve the philosophical problem from 2,000 years ago, that if there are universal ideas, because from what I heard from your presentation, you're more on the Platonic side.
Okay, maybe, yeah. Universal. Okay, I'll first tackle the first one is easier. ASD would be, autism spectrum disorder would be exclusion criterion for studies definitely of the eye tracking. But there are groups at Gdańsk Tech which are actually dealing with those kids and providing therapies based on, and in the babies, I think. There are some other groups. We're not doing this. It's too far-fetched from us right now. But interestingly, the epileptiform activities in the brain of kids especially is very similar to the one that you see in autism, surprisingly. So sometimes the epileptologists cannot differentiate if it's the electrographic, signals are coming from. There's some interesting overlap, and I'm not really a specialist in here. I'm collaborating with Professor Maria Mazurkiewicz-Będzińska, who is an expert in epileptogenesis in pediatric cases. But hopefully some of the research, at least, that we do could be useful to understand the problems that are going on, cognitive problems that are going on in autism, but we are not able to address them yet. And doing research, especially this kind of invasive, or any research with pediatric cases, I try to do this with kids who were implanted with electrodes, really difficult. And ASD kids, even more difficult. Yes, yes. Yes, that possibly. No. Good question. We try to make it as clinically crude and simple as possible, so that we basically took a whole chunk of 10 minutes, was it? Or 20 minutes of a task, doing a task, Nastaran? Something like that. And we averaged all activity over. So the patients were doing different things in the task. Okay, so these were not like specific thing when they were focusing or when they were doing, it's everything. Mm-hmm. Theta is next to alpha. They're really overlapping. Like I cannot really tell what is theta, what is alpha. People are arguing. Yeah.
Again, like the question about division spectrum.
Arbitrary. Yeah.
Yes.
No, you can tell. It's a good comparison. I would say this is a state. It is an average state, theta state that we're trying to get here. Not a very precise theta activity when you're trying to concentrate or solve memory. So relevant to your question, I think. The midbrain, a lot. Yeah. Cerebellum, yeah.
Does it correlate well with the performance of such a vast activity? Involving so many areas of the brain, it kind of averages out the state of the brain, or is it something specific about this network, this connections that are closely connected to cognitive function? Like the marker of the brain health, or is it?
I would say it's more global than local, more of a state again. But we did try, and I didn't mention this, but I wanted maybe to mention this, that right now we can only read whether, with those eye tracking features, whether you're in a good encoding state or a poor encoding state or recall state, but we cannot read what is happening, what is in your mind. Right? But we did try an analysis where possibly, if you see a word, let's say tiger, you have a specific pattern of eye movements looking first at the corner of T, then at the J, and then at the R. And maybe using this, you could tell that during recall, you make similar eye movements when you try to recall tiger. So we had one attempt at this, but again, the AI tools really require a lot of data. If we had massive amount of data, we could possibly read a little bit, even from the eye movements. So to answer your question,
Is it solely a correlate and hypothetical activities at that moment in time, at the point in time, or is there something specific to that marker, to that action, to that dilation of pupils, which is perhaps independent, general, which can be measured in any way? My question is, do you correlate those?
that would be a great study. They have done it in rats. And they call it, I don't remember what was it cholinergic system or serotonergic system? I think one of those two. And you can do it really elegantly. With humans, it's hard to measure those, neuromodulatory systems or more global things, yeah. That's a great idea for research. I never even thought about this. I don't know. Nastaran, you had other ideas for that? Is it mainly, you think, sympathetic system or other things? You've been asked by reviewers, grilled about this, no? Yeah. Oh yes, sorry. I remember. I forgot about the abstract, the Platonic thing. Yeah, the Platonic concepts. These are the type of questions which are still, maybe they're not taboo questions. Let me give you a little bit of history. So in the history of neuroscience, exploring consciousness has been a taboo subject. And before consciousness, it was mind. If you're exploring mind, it was like, you're crazy, you're like Frankenstein. You know? But then it became a norm. And then people were investigating consciousness, and they were thinking Francis Crick was nuts, the guy who discovered DNA. How can you, do consciousness? You're like some kind of pseudoscientist. But then it became a norm, and now everybody's investigating consciousness. So I think these type of questions about, philosophical concepts, that may be universal across minds, right now is not being studied, and it's still kind of, maybe not taboo, but beyond the scope of what is being investigated. But this is exactly the type of thinking that I would like to inspire in you. Like, don't just stick to the box that the field is currently in. The greatest discoveries, Copernicus, Francis Crick, he discovered DNA, and you would think he's done. Like, guy's done, right? No, he went into neuroscience to do another big question about consciousness, and you know what he asked last on his deathbed? He was asking about the neural correlates of the soul. Whether through the mind, process of the mind, you can learn something about the interface with the soul. So he was asking, more theological, philosophical questions that he unfortunately didn't have time in his lifetime to address, but this is up to us to take the challenge. And the question is, are you going to be afraid of the taboo, or are you going to be, the next Copernicus? That's the challenge. Christianity has been really inspired by the Platonic ideas, and as far as I know, maybe you have more knowledge than I do, but I think those universal concepts and this kind of objective world, is closer to the absolute truth rather than the relativism. So I'm more on the side of that.
So what is consciousness theory?
The meta-consciousness, but consciousness is just, being not sedated, right? But we're talking about meta-consciousness.
Okay, let it be.
Yeah, that's meta means it's a phenomenon, it's epiphenomenal, right? So you can, it touches the abstract, so the things that you can touch with metaphysics, So it's at the boundary of, so people have defined it as a measure of complexity of information processing. There's many famous people who have done this, like how much information can you process, The more you can do, the more conscious you are. And that failed recently. So I just read an article in, I think it was in Nature, that basically this stream of consciousness research has expired. Like, you cannot really tell much more from this. The other stream of research is that you can learn that you have to kind of incorporate into this something like the qualia. That's what Francis Crick was arguing. So the subjective experience, not just processing amount of information, but including subjective experience of green, right? Green may not mean the same to you as it does to me, right? And then,
some general idea that you agree.
yes, so you got a general idea, which is close to the Platonic view, right? But consciousness, I would argue, includes not only this general idea, but it includes your gut feelings of this. Antonio Damasio has a theory when he thinks it's a somatic marker that you kind of feel the concepts as well with your heart rate. There's a big, a huge line of investigation about the interplay between heart and the brain, and and breathing. So this kind of interplay, and gut and the brain as well. So I think it's going this direction, the consciousness research and how we can start to at least touch it. Maybe we'll not be able to completely explain it using physical tools, right?
That's the background of my question. Any idea that what can be the physical measure?
Does it have to be one?
No.
I'm just asking.
So our recent discovery so I'll show you the Satwik's work with this synchronous high frequency oscillations across many cortical areas. I'm putting my money on this, because the more of those, frontal areas, sensory areas, these areas synchronized together, the higher chances it is in your consciousness. It has crossed the limit, the threshold of being in the subconscious information processing, and it reached your consciousness because you have synced enough channels across your brain to allow this information to enter into your awareness. So I think we have got a correlate. I wouldn't call it, maybe a substrate correlate, something that you can study touch, right? Which will obviously, I don't believe will fully explain it, but you can at least track it and touch it, grasp it.
So I was watching some of your illustrations. There's so many electrical bulbs, but electricity means also magnetic.
Yes.
Electromagnetic field.
Yes.
And you have billions of thin electromagnetic fields.
Yes.
Interact. Do you look at it from this point of view?
That's what we do all the time. Like we're dealing with extracellular electromagnetic fields. So the electrons are always outside. We're always measuring the fields. And we always have to take into consideration how the neurons and axons are aligned, the geometry of this, because that's what will shape the field. And that's whether you will see an action potential or not, or whether you will see an oscillation or not, if you're in a particular layer. Fortunately, with this level of scale, with a macro disk like that, you get the aggregate of like, a million of neurons synchronizing together. So these details don't matter. Just a million, yeah. Maybe 100,000. These are the estimates, okay? So the aggregate activity of those 100,000 neurons. So you don't have to worry about those little details. And the fact that you can see these and decode the concepts, as I showed you with those preferred words, I think is enough, at least, so we don't have to at least worry so much. If you were with the microelectrode in a particular place next to a particular set of neurons, then you can start asking these questions.
Any more questions?
I just want to say that from an anesthesia point of view, we do have something which is measure consciousness, basically a proprietary algorithm or algorithms which scale from 0 to 100, which is like a number, and it scales globally with consciousness, but it doesn't really cover.
So that's what I meant. There's a different definition between like different levels of sedation, consciousness, awareness. And we're talking here, the questions I think what most people think is meta-consciousness. So the thing that we have and the other animals may have to some degree, but not as fully as the humans, right?
Thank you again very, very much. It was really inspiring, interesting, and thank you. I understand that some of your PhD students are with us. So, wow, quite a few. Would anyone of you care to say something? How it is to be a PhD student in this lab? No? Who is he?
I think it's interesting. We have already started the data set, we have already the data set that we have, and the tasks are quite interesting, and the best part is we get a lot of freedom, and what we have a goal that I would say is about it. I think it's very recent, like 8 years after that. So it's been a good price, like establishing everything and also going with the lab. At the same time, so we're growing with the way of understanding how to.
This activities, that phenomena. No, but this is our ultimate goal, to develop the activities and therapies that will possibly work with neurodegenerative disorders like Alzheimer's. But we're at the point where we're getting this, understanding this, and applying therapies which work for epilepsy. We already have, I didn't tell you about this part, but we were stimulating brains also to improve those functions with success in epilepsy. That's what we're doing right now, this project with GUMET, with the implanted devices. And the idea is that similar technique, but applied in different brain areas, may work for neurodegenerative. There was one clinical trial, which was started by Dofinansano, a Canadian neurosurgeon, which unfortunately failed. It didn't make the memory better, it just increased the levels of memory plasma in patients. But we think that it could have been done better or in a different way now that we have the knowledge that we didn't have years ago. So I think that's, you know, that's one of my career goals to try. We don't do mice yet. We have another student, another PI who is doing the rodent lab. Mm-hmm. So he's applying the same stimulation techniques to animal models, so he can much faster try this on mice.
Yes. Can be done with us as well. But
it's easier and quicker to do it first in the animal model.
Okay. No more questions.
Oh, we have a guest from Italy.
Ah, we have a guest from Italy. Indeed, I forgot.
Thank you.
So,
I would like to thank you, Professor, for joining us for interesting lectures.
It was my
small
pleasure.
gift from our university.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Professor Antosiewicz, can you introduce your guest?
Okay. So we have Professor Sonia Silvestrini from Montana University, and actually this is market. But I remember Montana University because first time I was in Montana University was Montana University. And we have long-lasting collaboration, maybe not with Sonia, because Sonia was born later, but she came as Erasmus professor. And so I would like them to have some short speech how they do PhD.
We work with coenzyme Q10, but also other bioactive molecules such as vitamin K, folate, acid, and so on. And we are focusing on principally on oxidative stress and aging, during aging, but also in other pathology, cardiovascular or neurodegenerative disease. Usually we work with an in vitro model. In my cases, I'm specialized on a skeletal muscle model. I'm working on skeletal muscle regeneration at the moment. I'm working if coenzyme Q10 is able to help skeletal muscle, in particular during aging when the regeneration is less. Lower, but we have a lot of in vitro models such as vascular model, planaria model, and so on. And we are a small research group, but very young, and we are open to give the opportunity for PhD, for international PhD from all over the world. Okay, thank you so much. No?
How long it takes for in Italy
3 years. 3 years. Usually they start in November and finished at October after 3 years. Yes.
So this sounds more like the UK kind of, because in UK also the PhD is typically last 3 years. And then my question would be, right now we're dealing with like defense, the final part. It's much easier in the UK because you've got just external reviewer, internal reviewer, just a quick viva, and then maybe some corrections for the process is done. Similar in Italy?
I think, yes, I think it's similar. We have an internal reviewer, but also an external, but usually they can be a professor, Italian professor with other university outside of a Polytechnic University. They do the, yes, it's similar. Yes, we guessed a PhD student from Liverpool. She made 1 hour and a half in Liverpool and 1 hour and a half in our lab.
And no committee of other people, just those 2 reviewers.
Yes.
Much easier.
Much easier. Okay. Thank you.
So thank you everyone for coming today. It was a really great pleasure to meet you, and we close the day for today. You can enjoy coffee, please, tea and cake. Thank you very much.
Zacytowałem pewne wnioski z prac naukowych, gdzie jest na przykład napisane high level expertise in the trauma, significantly increase the risk of long-term psychological scarring, PTSD. Tak? Więc to są wszystko wnioski wyciągnięte z prac naukowych, ja tylko w ten sposób przygotowuję sobie prezentację na zajęciach. Oczywiście pierwsza rzecz, która mi się skojarzyła, to to, że jeżeli dochodzi do poronienia albo znacznych komplikacji pod koniec ciąży, kiedy poziomy estrogenu są najwyższe, to sprzyja przeżyciu tego incydentu w sposób bardzo traumatyczny, który zapisuje się, ale jeżeli mówimy o utracie płodu, to nie ma znaczenia. Znaczenie ma to, że taki incydent zdarzający się wtedy, kiedy tych estrogenów poziom jest najwyższy, wpływa na sposób zapamiętania tego i zabezpieczenia w emocjach płód kobiecych. To jest jedna rzecz. Druga rzecz, która w pracach była podkreślana, wiele rzeczy jest ciekawych, natomiast jedna jest taka, że pregnancy induced cognitive deficits, excessively violent maternal estrogen during late pregnancy have been correlated with consciously reduced verbal memory, attention, and processing speed, often referred to in clinical literature as pregnancy brain. I nawet spotkałem się z takimi badaniami,